I'm your poorly aging, sarcastic PC Witty gamer. And this be update 10. Now, I want to talk about update 10 a little, but we're actually going to play the game. Well, I'm going to play the game. You're going to watch. Hopefully you're going to watch. I'd like for you to watch. Will you please watch? Update 10 is here, and it's got guests saying, ooh, ah, and Delecha. Delecha? What's Delecha mean? At Vista points and new event points. Set your points focus to watch your guests' amazement and even plan elaborate event sequences in the event points trigger sequencer. Keep the celebration going with new souvenir flags and wands and let the confetti fly with the new confetti cannon. Just don't forget to put up the bunting too. Check the Planet Coaster website for full update notes. Now, they could have put the full update notes in this game, of course. They chose not to do that. They want you to leave their game and go read their website. Seems to me it'd be better to keep people in the game. The Parades Pack is now available. You know, this is what we're going to talk about a bit. And it's bringing an all-new blockbuster feature. Anybody guess what it'd be? I mean, in the Parades Pack, what would the all-new feature be? Parades! Dress up your floats with all new scenery pieces and performer platforms to wow your guests with a parading process that runs right through your path. But that's not all. The Parades Pack also brings 2 exhilarating new coasters, as well as the iconic electric trolley transport ride, and 2 show-stopping new flat rides, the Little Dipper and the Wild Jumping Disc. So, 2 flat rides, 1 transport ride, 2 coasters, and the parades. So 5 ride types and the parades. Be sure to say a cheery hey-o to eccentric new entertainer Mayor Pip Whistle, and let loose your inner city planner with the timeless small town scenery pack. The Parades Pack available now. Whippy Yallopler. Now, I could tell you what my beef is with this. Does anybody care what my beef is? By the way, we're not going through all the credits or anything like that. I just clicked on something, I didn't know what it was, and now we're getting this. So my beef with this is it costs $18.99. This game was full price. Then they keep putting out DLC that cost quite a bit. And I haven't tried these features yet, but I don't think running parades, which looked very limited. So I saw their preview videos and stuff like that. They look good, but they looked very limited as far as parade floats and things like that. And it looked tedious to build floats. So I don't know if there's floats in the workshop or not. That's what I'm going to look at next. So far, I don't see any. This is how you get new stuff for your game, which is cool. I like the exchange here. Although there should be a button where you could update every one of your the stuff, you know, that you subscribed to, installed, whatever you want to call it. I try not to do the ones that are in a foreign language because they don't cover my foreign languages. Now, see, I don't actually have to go to the thing to download it. I can just click the download thing. These are, yeah, I get it. We just got into summer, and so I get it. Lots of people are going to be doing flumes and all that. See, these ones with the bell, you have to go to them and install an update if you want the latest version. And this game's been out for what, 2 years? And there's not a feature to update all of them at the same time. Oh, there's a parade. So we will download the Sorcery Parade because I didn't see anything about the parades that made me want to actually create a parade. And you might, you know, decide that's terrible of me. Okay, you can decide that. But I want to build parks, and I'm not as into building all the pieces for parks, you know, in advance of building the parks. Rail Runner, I might take it just because I like the name of it. A lot of times, I mean, there's so much stuff here. As you can imagine, you could spend forever looking at new stuff to put in your game. And then not actually playing the game very much. Like I said, a simple button to update them all would be great. Now, should we, if we go to play, we're just going to be continuing. Well, let's continue our career, at least for the moment. Now, something's been going on recently with the Xbox game bar, and if I explain it to you, you're not going to believe it. You're going to think I made it up. I've got a crazy mind, crazy imagination or something. By the way, why did it bring me here, Pip Whistle Street? I thought it was gonna go back to the, you know, the park we were already looking at, working on. But since we're here, let's, is there a way to ride this ride? Oh yeah. So, well, that doesn't help because you can't see out of the car very much. This is the new transportation ride, the trolley. And I heard in this update you can now put tracks for some of the rides across walkways. So ride tracks were very limited since they couldn't cross the sidewalks and things like that that the guests were on. Now, I guess they fixed that, which makes sense. I mean, in real parks, you could be walking along, you see railroad tracks. There's barriers to keep you from crossing the tracks when the train is coming. So that makes sense. What doesn't make sense is that they dropped me in this park when we were working on a previous park. I don't find these cameras very compelling because, like I said, the ride itself is taking up so much of the... I mean, it's a cute looking trolley. It's weird, there's a marquee on top of it that can obviously have digital words there, and yet there's no digital words there. This is an unfortunate... See right here, obviously it could have words, like the name of the park, my name, something, and it doesn't. My feeling so far, having completely untested this, is that I was stupid to pay $18.99 for an update to a 2-year-old game. Just to get a few more rides and things. Now, if I try these rides and I'm blown away, maybe I'll change my mind. And why this matters is, you know, they're going to put out the next Planet Zoo in October. So there's the parade stuff. Parades are a coordinated process. I'll learn to read. Parades are coordinated processions of floats designed to wow your guests. Already I hate it. If you go to Disneyland, their parades are not just floats, except maybe the Main Street Electrical Parade, which I don't think they have anymore. There'd be marching bands, musicians, all kinds of things. Any parade, when you think about it, think about the Rose Parade. Now, I know the Rose Parade isn't at an amusement park, but think of the Rose Parade. You've got, you know, people riding horses, followed by bands, followed by a float, then people riding motorcycles. You know, you have a wide variety of things. So to have just floats, it's not sitting right with me, especially for $18.99. And I mention $18.99 because that's probably where I regret the purchase the most. But let's get into this because I did buy it. And it is still the first day of this. So parades are coordinated processions of floats designed to wow your guests. A parade will satisfy guests' entertainment need, but will cost you some cash to run. You can find parades under the entertainment tab on the browser, then decide how many trains or floats you want, and their float type in the info panel. So I don't know what any of this means. Performer points.
Bello notata.
Seems like I'll have to learn how all this works. Let's get back on the street and see if we can see this parade. We're gonna run the parade right now, and we're gonna sit right here and see what we think of it. Now, I'm told this double gold statue is for people who subscribe to their newsletter. Okay, here comes the parade. Now, in the previews, I saw people lining up for the parade. Tens of thousands of people. I guess they're doing it a little bit right now. Not so much. They don't look nearly as excited as they did in the sales stuff. Now here comes our first float, ladies and gentlemen. Are you excited? I mean, look, I like the idea of parades. I wouldn't have bought it if I didn't. I hope I wouldn't have bought it. I like Frontier. I like the game dev company. And that's what keeps me buying these things. But these games end up costing hundreds of dollars, and you don't think they will. So there's the mayor. So you've got somebody walking in a parade. That's good. Then you got floats, and you got floats with entertainers on them. That's cool. Again, if you just put a band right here between the floats, or some guys riding horses or something, that would be very cool. Obviously, the floats in this parade are very colorful. I am impressed with the variety and the look. I am surprised that the continue button didn't continue the game that I was working on. Kind of dumb. People are clapping for the parade. That's good. I'm told some of these floats might be lit at night. Okay, so that's for those of you who didn't see, that's like a dragon skeleton, and every once in a while it opens its head and spits fire. It probably won't do it for me on cue, but oh, there we go. So that's kind of neat. Oh, okay, then it goes backstage. Gotcha. Now see, these people, they're not interested in the parade at all anymore. The parade's still going and people aren't even watching it anymore. Okay, was that worth $18.99 to put in your game? And remember, when you pay $18.99, you don't get these gold statues. You have to do something else to get that. So buying the game isn't enough. Now, I'm going to go check something and I'll be back. But you won't miss me because I'll put them all together. All the videos of this that I do today. It'll be one. Okay, I'm back, you lucky people. Did you miss me? I don't think you did because I skillfully put these separate videos together. But to explain what I'm complaining about, Steam lists Planet Coaster 2 for $49.99. But that's not the deluxe edition. The deluxe edition is $64.99. But here's the thing. Even the deluxe edition doesn't have all the stuff that's been released for Planet Coaster 2. Do you want all the stuff that's released for Planet Coaster 2? That currently sits at $104.50. So they list the game at $49.99. But really, if you want all the stuff they made for the game, it costs more than double that. It's kind of deceptive. And remember that $104.50, it's going to go up when another DLC is released, which happened today. It went up today. It was lower than that today. The original Planet Coaster. By the way, I love Frontier games. I really do. I like your games. Devs, if you're watching me, I really like your games. I still play Disneyland Adventures, which is a great game. I wish you would remake it. You probably don't have the licensing from Disney to remake it, but I love that game. And I love Planet Coaster 2, Zoo Tycoon, and Jurassic Park Evolution, or whatever it's called. So, the original Planet Coaster, again, reasonably priced, but if you want the stuff they put out for it, it's currently listed on Steam for $117.80. $117.80. By the way, yeah, I am going to play the real game. Don't worry. Zoo Tycoon. Or Planet Zoo, I'm sorry. From the same company. You want the whole thing? So it's priced. It's priced just like Planet Coaster. But if you want the whole thing, everything that's been released for Planet Zoo so far, $218. $218. Now, here's what I think. I think they know that if they just listed their game for $218, people would say, forget it. I'm not paying that. So what they do is they tell you a price that doesn't really cover everything. And then you buy it, and you're already playing it when the new stuff comes out. So you buy more stuff. And I'm concerned about this because this is why I haven't pre-ordered Planet Zoo 2. It's one of the reasons. Another reason is I haven't gotten past, I think, the tutorial on Planet Zoo. Love the game. Never been able to do much in it. Looks beautiful. But also, they want us to pre-order, so to just trust them that this thing that'll come out in October will be good. And I could buy Planet Zoo 2 for $49.99. That leaves you with the impression that that's the whole game. Now we know better. It's not the whole game. It's barely scratching the surface. I could get the deluxe edition. I could pre-order the deluxe edition, which is what I used to do. I used to pre-order my games, usually the most expensive version of the game. But I'm getting bit quite a lot doing that lately. The deluxe edition of Planet Zoo 2 is $64.99. Well, I have the deluxe edition of Planet Coaster 2, and yet I still had to pay for a DLC. If I wanted this parades nonsense, I had to pay for it. On top of paying $64.99 for the game, and on top of all the DLCs I bought for the game. So we don't know what Planet Coaster 2 is going to end up costing. That's the problem. Again, love these products. I just wish they didn't take all of these things that should have been in the base game and make them cost more. Now, I could do one of... Let's restart this scenario so that we have some context for what we're doing in this game. Because I said there'll be real gameplay footage, and of course there will be. That's what this channel is about. Black loading screens. Oh, here we go.
Hey, check out this beach. Amazing, right? Great sun, smooth waves, and more importantly, all ours. The previous owner was a bit in over their head, just a teensy bit, so this park didn't work out for them. I have an idea though. I think we pack this place with guests and make a splash for coast to coast with water rides. Something new and exciting that people will come from all over to try.
My, oh my. I can picture it now. You're onto something here, my boy.
Wait a minute. I
Building
know
the
my
water rides.
brother. There's a catch, isn't there, Bradley?
Of course.
Well, just a little one. The previous owner took out quite a few loans before the park went under. And now those loans are all ours. Surprise!
Brad, you should have spoken to me first. I would have helped you avoid a mistake like this.
Mistake? No. I thought this place was great.
Oh, don't you worry. What's a little debt between friends? Just you stick to your vision, and we'll make something incredible together.
This idyllic beach is in troubled waters. The previous owner tried everything to keep the park afloat, but eventually got floored with debt. Luckily, Brad has a vision for how to turn the tides and get this park sailing again. And that vision involves making a real splash with water rides. Time to dive right in. Well, actually, I don't want to dive right in. I want to see what rides we've got first and ride them and see how they go. This coaster is untested. Well, let's test it. That's what I just told everybody I wanted to do. If we die, it's Lisa's fault. Wish they would get the cursor out of the way when we're doing these rides. This is what I do when I start working with an existing part. I go and test the rides first, see what I think of them. Kind of to get in the mood for all the other stuff is this that I'll be doing in the game. Okay, that's probably not ideal. Why are we writing it again? And hopefully this is just our camera writing it, because if we're writing it, we're far too crippled now to possibly do anything good for the part. I would say this coaster needs to be fixed before we put humans on it. See, this is why you test existing rides in parks before just opening them. I'm trying to figure out what's wrong with it. Does it just run out of track, or are we hitting a turn too fast, or what's the deal? Oh, that's it. Yeah, we're just running out of track. We probably should not test coasters that aren't complete. So let's edit the coaster. And let's try to auto-complete it. Well, it won't let us auto-complete there. I don't know why I have to tell it more than once that I want to. Okay, now we'll take this and we'll twist it this way. What we're trying to do here is reduce the stress on people's bodies that they might experience here. Now let's test the ride before we consider opening it. Let's test again like we did last summer. Oh, look. Anyway, I was telling you there's a problem with the GameSpot recorder that comes with Windows 10 and 12 and all that. Or is it Windows 11? I'm sorry, Windows 11. I don't know what's in Windows 12 yet. I've seen some previews of Windows 12. Hey, don't get me distracted, okay? Here's the problem. There's videos I shoot where while I'm shooting them, I'm hearing the dialogue in the game and all that. And I'm reacting to it and everything. And then the video is finished and all that dialogue is missing, even though I heard it while I was shooting the video. This has happened to me in Madden so far. It's happened to me in Fallout New Vegas. So different games from different companies, same problem. And I don't know what's causing it. I looked at the settings. The settings for the games seem to be just where they should be. And it doesn't make sense that when I'm recording it, I would hear the dialogue, but then that dialogue wouldn't get put in the final video. If somebody knows why this is happening, please write to me. Let me know nicely. Now, we don't have the test numbers. The reason we're we're writing this again is we don't have the test numbers on this coaster because remember we just finished building it. Then we'll probably open this coaster if the test numbers are good. It's not fantastic, but you know, it's telling us we're newbies to this whole running theme park things anyway. It's lost $16,000 in its lifetime. Okay, $5.99 is the excitement. I think we could do something about that. What if we were to... Let's drag this down. I think that will add to the excitement. Let's see if we could drag this down. No, we can't drag that down. It would make too... Oh, it's because it's obstructed in that spot. Okay. And this is probably as low as it can go because... Well, no, it can go a little lower. Okay, so we had $5.99 on excitement. Everybody remember $5.99. We're trying to beat that without messing with the other numbers too much. This is the process. At least it's my process. I don't know how other people do it. But you try things out, you look at the numbers, you decide whether you want to try and beat those numbers, and then every change you make, you have to test laboriously. But it's colorful, it's fun. Was that parade really worth $18.99? I know there's 5 new ride types, but one of them's, you know, a transport ride, a tram. It should have been in the base game. Now remember, we're trying to beat $5.99 on excitement. Without breaking people's necks. Okay. Hey, we got a 641. Look at that. I would call that a success. So let's... yeah, we're gonna sell it at a bargain. Let's just open it up and I assume there's, yeah, the queues are in place. So this is what I do anytime I take over an existing park. Are we not in? Okay, we are in game speed. I'm just wondering why there's nobody near that coaster. So what other rides do we have? Okay, we've got this one. We should test it. Looks like some kind of... Well, it's like a chairlift, but it's enclosed. Now, initially, I'm not liking the red color, but maybe they chose red to make it stand out. Like if it was green, it might blend in too much and people might not know this ride exists. I don't know. The beauty of rides like this is when you're on them, you could see other rides. So not only are you floating over the park and enjoying the trees and the people, it's probably enclosed, by the way, so that you can't drop things or spit on the people below you. Which, when I was growing up, rides like this were open. So you had the part you were sitting on, you know, chairlifts and things like that. And it was open around you. And before you ask, no, I never even thought about spitting on people below me or dropping things on them. And I'm not bragging that I'm such a good guy or anything like that. It's just something that never even occurred to me. I mean, I was enjoying the ride. And these kind of chairlifts, they were at almost all the parks at the time, and they've been removed from most of the parks nowadays, unless they're enclosed like this one is. And I think it is because people started dropping things on people, either on purpose or accidentally. I mean, you know, back in the day, you'd have bulky cameras you would take to an amusement park and all of that too. So imagine if you're trying to take a picture, you're on a chairlift, and your hands are sweaty, the camera, you know, slips out of your hand, and it bops some kid on the head below. That wouldn't be good. And then obviously there'd be people who would purposely drop things on people's heads or spit on them. But I was just riding rides like this. They even had them at lesser parks, like the boardwalk in, I think it's in Santa Cruz, California. It's not a full-blown amusement park. A woman and a man, both underdressed, just got in our particular vehicle. Again, I'm not sure why he didn't get dressed. I get it. This scenario wants us to build pools and all of that, and it looks like they're dressed for pools, but I don't know if any pools exist yet, and I didn't think they were going to ride the regular rides in their pool gear. But anyway, you could see the park. To the side, you could see the water, and you could see other scenery and You can see the coaster we just built over there to the right. The back of this bearded man's head. So part of the idea is to show off the park and how beautiful it is and everything, and give you, you're kind of away from the chaos. You don't hear the people at the park as much when you're way up above it. And you're not standing in a line or anything like that. So it gives you a sense of serenity. But you'll also get to see those other rides where you go, oh, hey, there's a yellow roller coaster. I really want to go on that. Or there's a Ferris wheel, and we should try that out. So even the boardwalk has a chairlift system. Well, I don't know if it has. I mean, the last time I was there, it did, which I think the last time I was there was in 2006. Now these people are wearing clothing, so although I don't know if that's her swimwear or not. But obviously that's not his swimwear. And by the way, I can't guarantee that the dialogue of this game recorded either. I'll find out when you find out. And if my dialogue and visuals come through, I'm likely to upload it whether it has the in-game dialogues or not. You know, I look at these people and I wonder, are they a couple? Are they friends? Are they just two random people that were next in line? And both of them were put into, is this called a gondola? I noticed, by the way, that this ride isn't particularly high over the park. The chairlifts I was talking about usually were pretty high over the park. I mean, I remember riding, there were more like buckets at Disneyland. More than just a simple chairlift. But this isn't a simple chairlift either, so. And they had 2 routes at Disneyland. And it was sad to see them go. I've been to Disneyland over 400 times. I really liked old school Disneyland. And anytime a ride went away, even to make place for a better ride, a more modern ride or whatever, I was sad to see the old ride go. So anyway, I think we've seen this ride enough. You get the gist of it? Think you got the gist of it. Oompa loompa doopity doo. I don't see a thing about how much we're charging them for it. Is it a free ride? Okay, so now we're looking for other rides. So we're on Big Wheel. Did that guy just lose his glasses? You notice his glasses keep showing up and going away without him reaching up to put them on? That guy is glitched. Look at that. Glasses? No glasses. Glasses? No glasses. Glasses? No glasses.
The Millennial 6 television. The Millennial 6 television.
Does this ride go? Because we were kind of hoping for a ride that actually moves. This looks like a variation of a Ferris wheel, if it ever gets started. Right here on your favorite YouTube channel, the poorly edgy, sarcastic, PC, witty gamer channel. And he still has the glasses glitch while the ride is in motion. I'm looking at other people who have glasses to see if they have the same glitch or not. Time to patch, cause the glitch is back. The glitch came back as a matter of fact. Now there's a pole in the way, so we're not seeing the. See this other guy over here, he has glasses as well. Okay, a pudgy young man. I want to look at this other person behind the pole, but I can't do that. By the way, now that I moved the camera, it looks like the glasses glitch is gone. So that's interesting. Although the guy in the tub behind us was wearing glasses when the ride started, and he's not now, so. Well, this isn't exciting enough for me to watch forever. Okay, we have the wheel for a bargain price. I think I want to set bargain prices for pretty much everything. Now this is Resurgence. I don't know what Resurgence is, but we're gonna write it. You would think I would be familiar with the rides in my park, but remember, we just bought the park. And we bought a lot of debt with it. This is why we need to open the rides. The water looks nice. Okay. Now it's set for bargain price as well. Now, is this a, oh, that's the, what did they call it in the game? Oh, they just called it cable car. Well, that's not a very exciting name. Now I'm looking to see if there's any other rides. Oh, we do have a pool. And then we've got a lot of open land, which I assume the game is going to have us put in things. So we've gotten through the initial phase, I would say. Oh, and as you see, now that we've opened this coaster, it's got a respectable line there. Now they want us to build guest services facilities. we'll be happy to do that. So do they mean toilets when they say guest services or what? I can't get this to line up to... Well, let's build a path to it since it doesn't naturally have one. Now, do I have to manually open it? And they didn't count that as one or more guest services. So toilets are not guest services, at least for the purposes of this. Okay, guest services. Easy Bricks Viking theme. Now, since we just built a Viking themed thing, if we put guest services next to it, also with a Viking. Now, see, I think we're gonna have to move this tree in order to get the path from guest services. Now we probably gotta open guest services. It wants us to hire some janitors. I can do that. Staff, mechanic, vendor, lifeguard, ride attendant, security guard.
Whoa!
Now it wants us to build a flat ride and set it to open. Now the swimming pool is unsafe. So let's go look at that. One thing they want is they want lifeguards. I don't remember how to give them lifeguards, but we're gonna. Okay, so new lifeguard. So that covers the whole pool, if I could just... There you go, now the pool's safe, and we're actually going to give them a second lifeguard. Because it doesn't look like we're hurting for money right now. Maybe we'll be hurting for money later, but... We made the pool safe, at least lifeguard-wise. So they want a flat ride. And what I'm concerned about is using too much space for the ride. So we could put a hyper spin in there, and we have, in fact. So that's building the So now we're gonna test it and then decide on a price. I don't really like these hyperspin. I mean, I don't ride them in real life. Like the going around and being on different levels of the spinning and everything kind of makes me sick. So we'll give it an appropriate name for that. After we test it, we don't have to go to the hospital. Okay. That's plenty of testing. We'll set it for bargain. And we'll call it something, like I said, appropriate. I named it and then it unnamed it. Did you notice that? Ugh. I hate mistyping something in front of you all and for you all to know how lousy my typing has gotten in my old age. Now they want me to build a pool. But I'm not in any hurry. I want to see people get on this tilt-a-hurl. I don't know if they will. I haven't seen anybody buy it yet. We could put some scenery by the tilt-a-hurl. Of course, I'm not going to be able to see people in line if I do that. But so far, we don't have to worry about that because nobody wants to ride it. It's kind of like having a YouTube channel. You record videos and you think that, you know, everybody's going to want to watch your videos. And it turns out maybe they don't want to watch your videos. And so in this game you can create rides thinking, this is the best. And maybe nobody wants to ride it. Okay, now we see somebody approaching. They're in the queue. Okay, now we got groups of people. Look at that. Are you excited? We got almost a full queue now. So maybe we should edit out that whole bit about building rides that nobody wants to ride. Now, where's the beachfront area? Oh, right here. So this is where they want me to build a pool. How would people even get to the pool? Well, let's build the pool first and then worry about that. With a minimum 200 pool prestige. Oh, it says build in beachfront 2. So, do we know if this is beachfront 2 right here? Is there any way to see what the districts are called? Park name. I don't like a shore thing. Let's call it Beach Goy. Obviously, goys isn't a real word because the plural of goy would be goyim. But, you know, for artistic purposes. Now, the pool pass is $12.44. I don't know if that goes up if we build a better pool. Our park rating is 1.8. The quality of the attractions in your park, adding more prestigious rides helps to attract and impress guests. The quality of scenery in your park, adding more prestigious scenery and placing scenery items in locations visible to guests not only improves your scenery rating, but it also elevates the experience of visiting your park to a whole new level. The amount of unique attractions in your park. Adding more attractions gives guests more fun things to do in your park. How happy guests are with your park. Monitoring and addressing guests' moods and thoughts can help to improve their experience and influence their opinions of your park. The lowest rated metric in your breakdown will always have the most impact on your park ratings. Improving this metric will give you the best chance to see your rating grow. Well, obviously our worst metric right now is attractions. So we got to put more attractions in our park. So they like the cable car. They like that the park entry is free. American Arrow, is that the name of the coaster we fixed? I don't know.
Oh.
We've got 427,384 research points. So how come they won't let us research stuff? Maybe this scenario doesn't allow research? I don't know. Didn't it say we had a bunch of loans? I don't see any loans. That's a different tab. So we took out a $20,000 loan, and now to pay it off would be $20,939.29. We can afford to pay it off, so I think we should, even though it's going to hurt our bottom line a little bit. Well, we said we'll pay it off. Now the payoff is $58,000? Oh, that's how much we have after we pay it off. Okay, well, we have no loans now. That should keep us from having any problems of interest on it. Now, again, it says to build it in Beachfront 2, but I don't know what it's considering Beachfront 2. Beachfront 2 might be over here. Oh, it is. Okay. Do we own Beachfront 2? Oh, we gotta buy beachfront 2 first. Okay, so now... Now we know where beachfront 2 is. We could buy beachfront 3 for 10,000. I don't know that this is such a great idea. But let's go to beachfront 2 and build a spectacular pool. And it's, you know, I set this the other day and it has put the temperature back into Celsius. I don't know why. So, and I don't know what setting that's under, of course. Here we go, Celsius to Fahrenheit. Those sorts of things really do bug me, so. Now it's 71F out. And I don't know enough about pools to know what it would take to have...
This place is starting to pick up, but I did think there'd be more guests by now. Do people not realize how cool this place is? Maybe Eugene was right. Maybe this place was a mistake.
Just give it time, lad. The
Time,
park
lad.
is doing great. And I'm sure Eugene was just trying to protect you. Brotherly love and all that.
Yeah, you're probably right. You usually
guys
are,
hear that?
except for the haggis-filled donuts. That was just all kinds of wrong.
Okay, so our bronze objectives have been completed. The most popular attraction is cable car. I'm going to try and, since I'm going to build out this pool area, I'm going to try and, yeah, I was going to say add more pool surface. Is this a good idea? I have no idea. Now, it seems to me we have to build a structure around it. I don't even know how to get people to this pool. Beaches. Okay, pool extras. Well, let's go ahead and take the trees out of the pool. Because they do look kind of stupid in the pool itself. Let's see if there's any more. Yeah, there's pools. That is just stupid. Okay. Oh, no. have 2 flumes and set to open. Well, I was trying to see if I could bring a paw. Okay, now people will be able to walk over here. Again, I don't know how to put the structure around the pool. I don't remember how to, you know, put the surface area. Anyway, let's put 2 flumes in it. Let's flume again like we flumed last summer. Okay, now we're gonna have to now people can get at the flume. And then we'll test these. See, it's got a 636, which is amazing because you see how simple it is. And a 669. Now we'll test the red one. Okay, you're tested. I don't know that it's a good idea to put people in a pool without lifeguards or anything like that. So let's see if we can make this pool safer. Wow, they're not giving much. It's making that noise telling me I can't do this and then not telling me why I can't do it. And I assume once people start dying in my pool, they're going to regret me not having lifeguards there. I also think I should probably have changing rooms. These are under changing rooms, and most of them are not changing rooms. Okay, let's turn you around. Have you get kind of close to the pool itself. I don't really want people in this pool. Run an advertising campaign for log flume. Park rating, guess. I don't remember where to run a advertising campaign, but we're looking. There we go. Log flume. So an ad campaign can't be started because of requirements until the requirements are met. So it's saying we don't have a flume that is at least 70. $70 long. So we'll try doing that. I don't love doing this. I would assume that there are players of this game that like building flumes. Okay, I don't know how long this is, but we need to test it. It's colorful. It looks fun. Oh, it's not as fun as the other ones. So let's see. They said it had to be 70 long. I don't know how many long that is. Well, it'd be nice if they'd tell me how long the stupid track is. Oh, great. We have people coming to this pool. See, I've already forgotten how to, where to advertise or anything like that. And I have a feeling people are going to get on that. You know, they're going to get in the pool with the pool being unsafe. Have an advertising campaign for long. Well, I would if I remembered where to advertise. Okay, I'm gonna take a break. I will be back in a few minutes. Okay, my flume wasn't long enough to run a campaign. So now I'm building a really long, horrible one. But I don't have a lot of money, so it's not going well. Apparently I'm not allowed to. I don't know why. What is the purpose in just going click, click, click without telling me what I'm trying to do wrong? This is annoying. See, one of the things is being forced to build things you wouldn't normally want to build. Like, I'm not into these flumes at all, but in order to complete this scenario, I'd have to build them. But again, it's not letting me for some reason, and it's not telling me why I can't. This is quite annoying. I mean, if there's a conflict, tell me what the conflict is. Is it saying that can't fit under there? I don't know, because it's not giving me an error message. Just a click. Which means nothing to normal people. I hope this is 70 long. Yeah. Can't do it again. Ah. But no idea why. I can't tell you how annoying this is. I'd like to tell you how annoying this is, but I can't. When I try to straighten it out to make it actually enter the pool, it doesn't let me. Flume end. Okay. Yeah, that's... I want a flume end. I don't know if... Yeah, that's what I was afraid would happen. Ugh. Run out of momentum. This is not fun at all. So all that work I just did, gone, trashed. It's obvious they want me to do a flume that's higher, but I don't know anything about flumes that are higher. And I certainly don't care about them. Okay. Now, I don't know how we build the structure to get up to that. To me, it's having me build more boring flumes just to get the length that it requires for the stupid objective. And it's making it really hard to even see where I'm working. Of course, I can't place the good stuff there. It's probably not 70 long, I would assume. That's not so bad. I mean, as far as placing the entrance. Yeah, it didn't do it on the right angle, so it looks stupid. Oh. I thought the entrance was set in stone, and it isn't. Just want to test the stupid ride. Okay, I know it works. The question is it long enough? And I'm sure the answer is no, it's not. Bloom length 262. It said it only had to be 70 length. But I bet it won't say it's long enough. I did connect the path to the entrance. I don't know how people exit it, however. Oh, that's right. They don't... They're in the pool. They don't have to exit it. Thought it was connected. Sure looks connected. This is no fun. Stupid thing spins all around when you're trying to build stuff. Now, I assume it's going to say it's not long enough. But again, I don't remember where the stupid objective is. Anyway. Plumes. Loan. Advertising. Okay, now...
You know what,
Okay.
mate? I'm feeling really good about this park again.
I'm not.
I mean, just look at the place. I know. I shouldn't let what Eugene says get to me. It's just that he's always been able to make me feel like the little brother. I mean, sure, I am the little brother, but it still doesn't feel great. Anyway, beaches, water, and awesome rides? Why was I ever worried? Right, I'll let you get back to work.
Silver objectives completed. Have 4 flat rides and set to open. Well, right now, I'd kind of like to make sure this pool is safe. Although I don't know how to do that because it didn't let me put lifeguards at the side of it. Well, I didn't want to do that. There are some pretty cool flumes here. But I didn't want to go to the workshop. And it's my bad. I don't know what I'm doing. Isn't it clever how I'm able to make it look like I know what I'm doing when I don't know? So none of these, it won't let me place any of the extras. Again, can't place lifeguards, and it won't tell me why. It could be, you know, since they haven't taught me the rest about pools, that's why it's being so awful. I don't know. Anyway, let's see if we could find a place to put some flat rides. I don't even know how many flat rides we have, but it wants 4 of them. Let's see if Poseidon ship is too fat to fit where I wanted to put it. So let's see if I can put it where I don't want to put it. Is this a hyper spin again? So it's tilt-a-whirl. This is to power it up. Now, see it moves around without your permission. Then it has, okay, that's the entrance. So let's just build an exit. Now we are testing our new tilt-a-whirl, which I call tilt-a-hurl. What usually happens on these scenarios is I just run out of space. Because things take area. Roller coasters take a lot of space. Even these flat rides take a lot of space. I would like to work with just a big flat canvas, but if I do that, then I'm not doing the career mode or objectives or anything, because they don't allow that with such a big canvas. So I don't like that they, you know, have names that end in 2 and things like that, because no real park would have that. Is that the exit? Yeah, it is. Okay. The exit I can line up with my other places in the park. Now it's a matter of getting the entrance. And as usual, I can't see what I'm doing. Oh, it looks like the entrance and the exit are kind of together. It's a slide. How many times do you have to test a slide? Have 2 coasters and set to open. So now, after I've wasted all this real estate building their pools and flat rides, they want me to build coasters, which take an incredible amount of space. $89.12. We don't have $89.12 right now. We could build a slinky. Oh, that's why it's not complete. That's why it's not expensive. Okay, we could build this coaster potentially. It's not much of a coaster. I see why it wouldn't cost much. Why can't I build there? Don't just tell me I can't. Tell me why, so your stupid excuse makes sense to me. Okay, we found a place for it. I have no idea whether we can get people to it. Let's test it first. You notice it doesn't require any electricity to test it, even though it requires electricity to run. I don't know how that works, but okay. Wow, it is a nothing coaster. I think I'd be embarrassed having this in my park. So, I wonder... I don't have a lot of money because I paid off those loans and things like that. So, it's probably not the best time to be editing coasters. And now I just had to waste money on that autocomplete when this isn't how I want the coaster to be at all. And it keeps exiting the edit coaster mode. There must be a good reason for it, but I have no idea what that reason is. And again, I want to be working on this other piece, and it won't let me do that. It's saying I have to use autocomplete to do this. Well, I don't like what autocomplete is doing to my coaster. I didn't ask for auto tunnel. I don't even know what, I mean, I can guess what auto tunnel is, but okay. Now, maybe we're getting somewhere. I'm trying to make it into a respectable coaster without going too crazy. I don't know why it's calling it auto tunnel. Well, it probably won't like it then, since I can't twist the track to make it a better coaster. But that's still a better coaster than it was originally. Now let's look at the numbers. 641. Well, now we got to get electricity to it and paths to it. Most of the time I can't even see what I'm doing. Don't just tell me I can't build there. Tell me why. Ugh. Well, so far, I can't do what it wants me to do. And now I'm using the bulldozer tool and it's doing nothing. Trying to get rid of the parts of the bridge that it doesn't like, and it won't let me. It just makes a stupid noise, which doesn't tell me anything. I'm gonna rage quit soon. Why can't I remove it? What is the point of a bulldozer that doesn't bulldoze? It even says demolish. If you see right here, it says demolish. I tell it to demolish, it demolishes nothing. There are different bulldozers. And none of them so far have allowed me to just get rid of that stupid path that isn't working. I mean, there we go. But now I'm gonna have to delete all the barrels that were part of the original design. Okay, now we're almost ready to start again. But we still have to remove these barrels. Now, let's try and make intersecting terrain. Oh, it built it underground. Stupid stupidity. I didn't tell you to do that. Well, I get tired of just having to remove everything I just did again and again and again. So in this case, I have to remove all the barrels again. Then flatten the terrain again. Is anybody having fun here? You get to the point where you're willing to buy a full-on sequel just to get rid of the bugs that the game you're playing now has. All this just to build a coaster that we're not even sure people can get to. Okay, let's build the queue first. And that didn't build right either, of course. That is not a helpful error message. Cannot build here. Tell me what the problem is and I'll fix it. I'm your poorly aged, sarcastic PC Witty gamer. I've spent too long on this. I'm gonna go make other videos. If you like me, or you like watching how video games are really played, or you just have sympathy for my struggle, go ahead and subscribe, or like, or both, or whatever. I'm certainly trying to get more subscribers. And I want to thank you for watching in the first place. Thank you so much for being here. I am your poorly aging, sarcastic, PC Witty gamer, and this is YouTube's poorly aging, sarcastic, PC Witty gamer channel, where you're falling in love in stereo. Guess we'll only buy food and drinks. Okay, now we don't know under which conditions guests will buy food and drinks, but we don't really care. Okay, I'm trying something new, which is trying a different setting in a different mode in Planet Coaster 2000. I'm recording this while I'm rendering the last Planet Coaster. What I want to do, and I don't know how to do it, is just have a blank slate. Start with almost nothing, but have an almost infinite amount of space that can be purchased and used for. And have to build everything up. I think this is a sandbox, and so the money doesn't matter. I can't imagine why I would build a roller coaster this long if it wasn't a sandbox mode. But it looks like people really want to ride it. Yeah, the lines are long for it. So, yeah, it looks like this is just the beginning of what I was talking about, a scenario. So let's just find a random, it says unlimited money. So let's just find a random coaster to build. Now, let's ride the coaster first. See what we think about it and see if there's any way to enhance it. I haven't seen a scenario editor in here that I could just use and build. I mean, that's what my dream is. Just a big blank slate. With almost an impossible scenario. That one comes with a bunch of scenery, and maybe that's why it's a problem. Now this one looks good if we could just figure out where the entrance and exit are. I hate how it turns everything around. When you're trying to build, so you lose your perspective. Yeah, I don't know if it's possible to get the paths from it. Wish they would come up with a way to auto path things. I can't imagine there's anybody out there where we're building entrances and exits are their favorite part of the game. And this is certainly the problem we were having on the previous park as well. Well, I can't see what I'm doing because it keeps moving it from the perspective I wanted. Okay, let's... And I really, probably more than most people, hate deleting my work. Okay, now I don't remember where the nearest anything is, and I don't know if it matters. Okay, why? We're not making a functional park here. We're testing coasters. Now we'd have to get the queue for, yeah. So got the same problem. Of getting the entrance and exits I don't think that's going to fix it either, but I'll test it. Yeah, I kind of figured. There must be a way to do it. Otherwise, why was the coaster created in the first place? Anyway, I don't want to mess with it forever. I hate that they put the path right in the ground when that's not what I wanted. So I'm gonna have to level the ground again. They should just put something in the way, you know, a warning or a limitation or something, to keep you from doing that accidentally or whatever. This is a pain, spending most of my time undoing something I did before. Oh, now part of that roller coaster's missing, it looks like. Maybe not. We'll have to see. But I'm gonna level the terrain first. Again, I'm not trying to make a functional park here. I'm trying to test rides. How hard is it to just have a setting where you can't place a path underground without intentionally doing it? Okay. Isn't this the one we just tried to do? No, I guess not. That is a big coaster, though. I mean, they have AI for completing tracks. Why don't they have AI for completing paths? Is this the same ride? Okay, that took forever. Just a moment at a time. The average speed is 12 miles an hour on it. Where's the part that tells me how long the stupid thing is? Oh, there it is. Track length 8,244. So that's like more than a mile and a half. Hello. Are you having a good day? Yeah, neither am I. testing the rides in Planet Coaster 2000. I've got different sections of the park, and it won't let me put them together.
Hi.
So I think I'm going to be done with this park, but I thought I would take a look at it first. Maybe there's a way to get the parts together, but so far I haven't found a way. Won't let me build a path. So when you play this game, there are separate sections of land that you can buy. So you start with a particular spot of land. Then you can expand the park by buying more land when you have the money for it. So that's what I've done. I've expanded it to, let me just show you. If you hit this plus here, see, I've expanded it to 7 out of the 8. Apparently, it requires me to get the 8th, but I don't see any way to buy the 8th. It says Coastal Village locked. I don't know how to unlock it. All the other parts are owned. So one of the things is I have to buy the part that says it can't be bought. Now, and here's another problem. So this blue line right here is a separation between Beachfront 2 and Beachfront 3. For some reason, there's no way to put a path between Beachfront 2 and Beachfront 3, which means everything on this side, the Beachfront 3, is unconnected to the rest of the park. Which means the people who came into the park cannot get to Beachfront 3. Now, I've been trying to exploit that because one of the objectives they want me to do is to have rides that are above a certain maintenance level, above 90%, which is huge. So I thought, since these other people can't even get to these rides, I'll build a bunch of rides that'll take my percentage up above 90%. So far that hasn't worked either. So perhaps I'm a failure because I haven't got a brain, I don't know. There's the teacups of death. I think we already have ridden this ride. Oh yeah, this is where we started. Remember the yellow roller coaster where we went flying off to our deaths and everything? We actually completed this roller coaster and then made it better. So let's see what it looks like in today's world. It's very likely that I will have to restart this particular scenario. Now, to be clear, because people might think I'm complaining about the game, I don't know whether the game is glitched or whether I am. In other words, there may be some way to do this that has just eluded me. So I'm not assuming that there's something wrong with the game. Although they could have made it easier. And my guess is they didn't want to make the objectives easier. They didn't want it to be a walk in the park. And this game is something like 2 years old. I don't know how many copies it sold. Probably millions, though, if not tens of millions. So, on the one hand, it's hard to believe that there could be a glitch in it that would actually keep you from completing a scenario. On the other, when I think of things like Bethesda, which still has bugs in games that have been out for years and years, it's certainly possible, although, like I said, unlikely, at least in my mind. And it may be when I start the scenario all over again, which I'm not going to do tonight, but when I start the scenario all over again, just playing it differently, I will be able to complete it. I can't say this game is fun even as I fail miserably at it. So, let's look at other rides we can ride before
Oh yeah!
before moving on with our lives. I think I'm going to play Skyrim next because it's next on the list. Remember the list? There's the games that have gotten the most views in any single video. And the top one is Spore. I did a Spore the other day. Fallout New Vegas. I did a Fallout New Vegas. So what's coming up is a Skyrim, Civilization 5, Whispers from the Star, Borderlands 3, and WWE 2K, followed by Fallout 76, Medal of Honor Airborne. Those will be the next 7 or so. Now, it doesn't mean I won't play other stuff in the meantime, but I am going to get through the list. I've got 188 subscribers right now. And I thank you for being here, whether you subscribe or not. But I really would like to get some more subscribers. This is Cactus Jack. And it exited when I told it to show me the game. Okay, well that's an unfortunate camera angle. So I've got the 188 subscribers. I would like to do better than that. Subscribing lets YouTube know you like what I'm doing here. And it lets me know. You can also help out with non-threatening, non-profane comments below and giving videos thumbs up. As you can see, there's rocks and trees floating around. And the game engine won't let me remove them so that it looks natural. The only thing I could do to make those look natural would be if I were to build the landscape up to that point. It looks like there's really no good angles of this particular ride because the cars are surrounded by this cactus looking thing. So I can show you what it looks like, just not not show you very good on the right itself. Those look like barrel cactuses the people are in, and that's a saguaro it's going around. The saguaro is the one that kind of looks like a human with arms out to the side and all that. That's a saguaro cactus. They're grown almost exclusively in Arizona. There's a few in Baja California and a little in northern Mexico, but mainly in Arizona. An interesting thing about the saguaro is because so many of the old westerns were shot at old Tucson studios, they had saguaros in the background, and people who didn't know any better thought that that they were all over the West, which they're not. So like there would be westerns set in say Montana or Utah or especially Texas, of course, and you'd see these saguaros in the background. And so people who didn't know better assumed that saguaro cactuses are all over the West, which they're not. So there was a record that was made about this, in fact. I think the guy's name was Reverend Horton Heath or something like that. And he famously did a song called There Ain't No Saguaros in Texas. The go-karts take up a lot of space, not as much space as a roller coaster, but they take up a lot of space. But they tend to get good excitement ratings and good ratings with a wider variety of people, because there's not a huge fear factor usually on them. So some people that would be intimidated by riding a roller coaster, they're willing to do these go-karts. And the excitement factor can be as big with the go-karts as would be for a roller coaster. I can't get this. This looks like a ride to me, and yet it doesn't turn on or anything. So I guess it's not a ride, just looks like a ride. Now, this is a ride, and we're testing it. That's why we have no faces or arms. I got friends with no faces. Like I said, I'm trying to cheat and win the scenario without actually having any people in this section of the park. Not because I'm such a cheater or anything, but because it's not letting me take the separate sections of my park and put them together. Okay, I think we can see what a chair swing looks like now. Doesn't look like anything I would ever ride in real life. And right next to it is the, well, the famous Skywatcher. Not to be confused with Luke Skywalker. Again, I've got friends with no patience. No. Why we would have a camera angle that shows us just looking at the other people, I don't know. Okay, this is what you see if you're on the ride. And that can be helpful, you know, people seeing the beautiful mountains, scenery around here, but they're seeing other rides, they're seeing the pools, all of that. If the different parts of the park were connected, riding this ride might make them want to try some of the roller coasters, for instance, or the go-kart track, or the spinning teacups. Okay, I think we see what that is like. These floating rocks they don't love me, what can I tell you? Okay, that's the Cactus Jack ride we already tested. I think we tested that too. I don't think there is any way to test the pools. Then this is that section that has nobody in it. And we own this section, so I don't know what the deal is. We built a beautiful pool there and everything. There's that yellow coaster we did before. I think this is... I don't remember what Hyper Sin is. Let's write it. Oh, it looks like just a tilt-a-hurl. Oh, it does say tilt-a-hurl. See that? Although it misspelled hurl. Are people going to get on it so that we can write it? Thank you. Now, I'm not a tilt-a-hurl guy in real life. Is this ride ever going to start? I mean, we potentially have people that are trying to watch this video. Yeah! Okay, again, let's start the ride. Let's start the ride like we did last summer. Oh, let's start the ride like we did last June.
Poop el perro or a cat.
Funny, Earl is spelled wrong. Wow, for all the waiting we had for this ride to start, it sure didn't last very long. This is basically just a slide. I hear in places like England they call it Helter Skelter or something. I mean, it's a nice slide. I'm just saying it's not a coaster or a pool or a tilt-a-hurl or a haunted mansion. It's when you get to the bottom, you go back to the top of the slide. Then you stop and you turn and you go for a ride till you get to the bottom. Then you see it again. Yeah. Helter Skelter. I believe there's a whole song about it somewhere. Now there's the... Now we showed this before. I don't know whether you would call it a chair lift. I mean, because they're in little, I think those are called gondolas. It's a variation of the sky rides like we had at virtually every park growing up. And they're in very few parks now because you could drop things over the side either on purpose to hurt people or it just slips out of your hand. Things like cameras, purses. Hopefully not children. And I think some people would spit over the side of them, but this one's enclosed. You can't spit out of this one. So most parks just got rid of the chairlift type rides altogether. Some replaced them with something like this, which are enclosed to keep you from dropping anything or spitting on people below. But I remember these. I mean, we even had them at like the LA County Fair. So, you know, the fair isn't running year round or anything like that. It runs for a few weeks every year. And yet they had the chairlift. I don't know whether they still do. I haven't been to the LA County Fair since probably 1980 or something like that. And I remember them at the boardwalk in Santa Cruz, California. Really, I kind of like the boardwalk, in fact. They have a nice coaster there. I wouldn't call it a full-blown amusement park, but what they have is kind of fun. They have a few amusements. They have a nice roller coaster. They have a Ferris wheel. Or again, they at least did the last time I was there, which was in 2006. Now this is a variation on a Ferris wheel in that it looks like a Ferris wheel, but the things you sit in aren't those, you know, rocking bench type things. They're actually a round thing so that more people can sit in there. The guy's wearing a watch. I mean, come on. Doesn't he have a cell phone? And this guy to the right, you know, his shirt is clashing with his shorts terribly. You got the striped shirt, then you got that shirt, that design on it. Almost looks like pajamas. Let's look at different views of this.
full force aggressive.
That one person needs a haircut. He's got his hair is down in his eyes. I don't know how he's even seeing what's going on. The guy with the like what looks like a red-headed afro almost or something. And then this is the exterior view. Looks to me like all the buckets are empty. We were just in one that had people in it, so I don't know what's going on. Okay, I think we already, did we already ride this? There's a lot of these rides that just go up and down, so it's hard for me to tell. But looking at it from this angle, you could see it's popular. The queue, the line was full. This is the exterior view of it. Yeah, I don't think we were this one. I'm going to show you all the different views of it. They seem to be having fun. Despite my lack of skills as a theme park creator. Okay, are there any other, are those all the, have we been on all the rides we have at this park? Again, it's poorly built, but remember, I'm also poorly aging, and so don't expect much from me. Yeah, I think we've been on all the rides, and it says average ride maintenance above 90%, and we're at 79%. Now, again, we could, let's just try that. I don't think this is going to work. But I'm going to try just putting in a bunch of rides because with it paused and then turning it on. And what I'm thinking, and I don't know that this will actually be true, but what I'm thinking is when they debut, they'll each be at 100%. So that should get that percentage up from 79. I don't know why the game, you know, keeps spinning us around when we're just trying to build a regular old ride, but and we don't really need to test this ride to put it in place, but we will, because for all I know, that's why people have tuned in right here to the For the Age of Sarcastic PC Witty Gamer channel. And I wouldn't want to keep from you whatever you tuned in to see here. Okay, that's an exterior shot. Oh, it looks like a ride that baptizes a bunch of people at the same time. That'd be handy for the Catholics or the Baptists, I guess, because I'm guessing Baptist people baptize people, right? Because otherwise, why would you have it there in the name of the organization and all? Do they say a prayer before they go into the water? I mean, it is efficient. I mean, it looks like you got like 20 people or so you could baptize at the same time, so very efficient. Although they don't have any faces, and I don't know whether you can get into heaven without having a face. I've never looked into that particular theology. Now let's pause this again. So far our numbers aren't going up by putting in these new attractions. And again, I can't move these boulders that are in the air or anything. I just tried, it won't let me. Okay, well, let's put in another flat ride. Oh, this isn't flat. Cali Surfer, what's it? Oh, it looks like it's too big for any place we have. We just want regular old small flat rides. There's a carousel. Now, it's not a carousel of progress, but where's the entrance and the exits? You'd think a carousel would be easier than this. Maybe it's just right there. Maybe, so if that's weird. So maybe it wants me to attach a path. And again, we don't really need a path because we don't have any people in this section of the park, but we're just pretending. And we're doing what we would do if we did have people in the park. And so this is a carousel. All the horses are black and white. That's not that interesting. I've never seen a carousel that was that dull. They would usually have different breeds of horses. I think back in the day, there were a lot of places that had carousels, whether they had other rides or not. Famously, Walt Disney used to take his daughters to Griffith Park, and they had a carousel there, but they didn't have other rides or anything. So he'd take them there, buy tickets for the carousel, and then he'd be sitting on a bench eating peanuts, watching them ride again and again and again. And that's when he got the idea of a park where parents and children could go together and both would enjoy it. So I'd say probably most places that had a carousel didn't have anything else until much later. I mean, amusement parks go back about 100 years. And lots of them had carousels, but most of the places that had carousels weren't even amusement parks. They were just a town center or something like that that happened to have a carousel. Well, that wasn't the most exciting carousel I can think of. Now see we had our ride maintenance up to 80 for like half a second, then it went back down to 79. So this scheme probably isn't going to work, but it'll at least get me building rides in this game. And like I said, I'll probably if this doesn't work, and I don't expect that it will, I'll probably exit the game, and then the next time I play, I will start the scenario over again, because, you know, I might do better at the scenario some other time. And like I said, when I build my own parks, which I do have the ability to do in this game, I tend to just get a huge blank space. Well, and then partition it off so that I can buy more land and things like that. But get a huge blank space. And then make scenario objectives that are nearly impossible. Like, you know, having over 5,000 people in the park at the same time, with a certain percentage of them actually liking what you do. Now, I'm going to show you this is the smoothing tool. It levels the land so that you can build rides on level land. I think it's not doing it here because this is outside where we can have rides. But if you go to somewhere where you can have rides, it'll level it. And by the way, that's how we got the rocks in the air. So it's not really the game's fault, but the reason I'm blaming the game is it is the game's fault that we can't remove the trees that are in the wrong place. I'm going to just build up this cliffside now so that we can put more rides in here. These career things, remember, they're scenarios, and so they are hardwired to be what they are, which is probably why we're not allowed to remove certain rocks and things like that. They wanted them to be in the scenario for a reason. Okay, now we have a bunch of flat land here. See, like right here, I can't remove that boulder, so it's just floating in midair. Okay, let's build another flat ride. You got different kinds. You got your wheels, your towers, your spinnings, your swingings. Let's do a swinging, in fact, if we have room. So this is like a pirate ship one. There are several things to take into consideration when you're trying to build a ride. One is finding a place where it'll actually fit physically in your park, which this is a horrible place for it, but it'll actually fit. Then it's a matter of how do I get the people to the ride. Hey, I think I just got, unless I'm crazy, and I probably am, I just got section 2 and 3 together. So I probably didn't, and I just think that I have. But that would be really helpful if I did. Because if I get section 2 and 3 together, then I might actually be able to complete this scenario. This ride isn't accessible, so I think that means I didn't get those sections together that I thought I did. Now again, I'm testing it. It requires electricity. There's no electricity to it. And it's working just fine in the test. Kind of makes you wonder why you need more electricity than you needed for the test. But we will hook up electricity to it anyway when we're done testing it. I'd saying that I've got friends with no faces, so I'm gonna get it old, even for me. Okay, so you got an idea how that works. Now, we're gonna bring in some electricity. We'll put a power distributor right next to the ride. And now it's got the power it needs, so now we can open it up. Well, we could if it was accessible. They're saying people can't get to the ride. Maybe it looks like it's just a pathing error that I could fix like that. Now, it probably isn't, but connect entrance to path. Well, I thought I did that, but let's go back and get rid of. Okay, we'll redo the entrance and the exit and see if that makes a difference. I don't think it will. Now here's the entrance. We'll build a line for it. And there's the exit. Now, in theory, that should fix the little problem it's talking about. But I don't think it will. I'm moving trash barrels, or in some cases removing trash barrels now. Another thing I learned from Walt Disney, I mean from how he did things, I didn't learn it from him directly, is that people are going to litter your parks, make your parks look terrible, unless you. So Walt Disney was he had scientific surveys done about just about every aspect of the park that he was building that would become Disneyland. And so one of the ones, the one that has to do with these barrels here, is they even looked into, and there were universities that were doing the studies, they looked into how many trash barrels you need for a park. And how far apart they can be before people will just throw things on the ground. I'd like to put in some really small flat rides. Ones that don't take up much space. There isn't a lot of those. And most of them, I think the smallest ones would be the Helter Skelters. And the wheels. This isn't small by any means. Okay, now if I can find the entrance and the exit to this. Oh, they put the paths underground. Oh, is this even worth messing with? Let's do the exit path first. Okay, the exit path is fixed. Now I'm gonna have to fix this part of the path too, because see, it got rid of the terrain that was under these barrels. Let me flatten it out. And it won't let me flatten it out. Oh, isn't that special? Let's see if I could just reattach this now. Well, if I can't reattach them, all the good things we just did to get the paths together was wasted. Okay, now it looks like they're reattached, although I should take this piece of scenery out. I'll just put it over there. Okay, now that's... We gotta take the barrel out because it's in the way of people getting out of the ride. We're gonna move this piece of scenery because it's also in the way. We'll just move it over there. Again, move a barrel. Then move the tree off of the walkway. Now, we need to fix the path to get on the ride. So we're just we're gonna destroy this whole thing. And then we're gonna build it above ground. Because it's hideous the way it is anyway. Now again, flatten the terrain. There you go. Then take the queue, which is the line to get on the ride in the first place, and you connect it to a path that's already there, and there you go. We've got another ride for the park, although it says it isn't accessible. It looks accessible to me, but you can't argue with the game anyway, so we'll remove the lovely work we just did. Is it accessible now? No, it's not. Ugh. Okay. And I don't know which end isn't accessible, so I don't know if it's the approach now. Remember, we had a lot of trouble on the exit. So it's probably something to do with the exit. Now, I should say, if you just want to ride the rides, you can do that. There is an exchange you can go to if you don't want to build parks. I mean, the game is about building parks, don't get me wrong. But if that isn't your thing, and you just want to pretend you're at the park and ride rides, you can download other people's parks that they have built and then just ride the rides. Okay. Now, I don't know what was wrong with the last configuration. But again, we're not going to argue with this. We're just going to... Now, I'll try and build an exit again. Okay, it says that there's stuff in the way, so let's remove all this stuff that it's complaining is in the way and just put it somewhere else, so we still get the benefit of having the scenery, but we don't have it someplace where it's in the way of what we're doing. I mean, you know, some games are really about challenge. And so you probably get that challenge in this. And I don't even know if anybody's watching, but in case you are, now let's try and mess with the exit again. Okay, that time it worked, and now just put that back together. So now we know the exit The exit looks like it's good to me. So now we'll do the entrance again. Now, it shouldn't say it's not accessible anymore, but it does. So, is it the exit or the entrance? See, I wish it would tell us more so that we would know what to fix. But it looks like it's the exit. Okay, I mean the entrance. Let's try just pulling this straight out then. No, wrong kind of path. Oh, now the whole ride's gone. I think there's an undo button. Thank you. I was just trying to get these stupid barrels removed, not the whole ride. Now, there have been other, build a theme park type games. And they were not as tedious as this. But again, I'm not complaining. No. We just wanted to move this one piece of scenery. It won't let us move that. And it may be that piece of scenery that's getting in the way. This resort lamppost thing. So we're going to move it out of the way. Now let's build for, is it the 4th or 5th time? A queue. To get on the ride. Now let's see if it still says you can't do it. Okay. Now we fixed the ride. Let's test the ride. I say, let's test the ride. See, despite the frustration, you do get, that sense of accomplishment when you overcome the evils of this game. Like what we did with having to rebuild the entrance 4 or 5 times on this ride. But now, the ride's working. Oh, that's what it is. It's just like a big old arm with us in the passenger area at the end of the big old arm. Oh, we still need to mess with the. As you can see, these barrels are too close together. People wouldn't be able to walk between them. When they get off this ride, so we're going to fix that. And I think I created these paths with probably too many barrels on them. I didn't follow the exact specifications that Walt Disney did when building Disneyland. Unfortunately, now our average ride maintenance is down to 77%. So I don't think we're gonna reach our goal, but I'm gonna keep I'm gonna keep building. Oh, okay. So we didn't. So this is it beachfront 2? Yeah. So you see this swinging chair thing is in beachfront 2. So beachfront 2 is now connected to beachfront 3. The problem is it's not connected over here on top. So let's see if we can build a path. Of course we can't. Let's see if we can build this then. I know that. This is a terrible way to do it, but that is now all the areas of our park are probably connected. And if so, people should be flooding to the new areas of the park that they can never get to before. Now we can help with that flood by putting in things in the new parts of the park that they've never had before. So we're going to put in I was going to put in an arcade game, for instance, right there. It put it on the path. I don't know if that's where it's supposed to go, but we're also going to put in things like toilets and, you know, burger stands and stuff like that. Well, these are just food vending machines. It's only one restaurant? I don't know what I'm doing wrong. Okay, maybe I needed the blueprints for them. Like we could put in a Hershey van. I don't know if it sells real Hershey. Okay, there's a simple chief beef. Okay, now we're getting somewhere. So let's put in, obviously people need toilets. So we're gonna start with the obvious. This is a simple toilet. And again, if you don't want to do this level of park maintenance, you're going to have a hard time getting guests to where you want them. So and toilets are just like anything else. You got to build, you know, the roads to get people there. And you need to make sure that they're open. Yeah, that one's open. And that one's open. So these facilities make you money. The toilets ones don't, but the other facilities make you money by selling things. Now again, remove the barrel that's in the way. This one sells sunscreen, umbrellas, priority passes, pool passes, and 4 colors of umbrellas. You can set the prices that they charge and all of that. And you can have the same price all the way through your park. In other words, every hot dog stand charges the same amount for the same hot dog. Or you can have them different prices. Like having hot dog vendors nearer the pools sell hot dogs at a different price than if they're near the entrance. This is another tedious thing, having to put all these shops in. But again, these shops will make you money. But also people just aren't going to, they're not going to go to your rides if their needs aren't taken care of along the way. In other words, eventually they're going to need to go potty, for instance. So you either put in places for them to go potty, or they're not going to go to the other stuff you have, the rides you're trying to get them to ride. Now, I'm not even sure this is done correctly. I mean, I'm going to be really surprised if people start taking these paths, but I don't see anything that's wrong with them. So I'm just trying to fill out as many of the basic services that people need. There's another set of toilets. Now, again, these things all have maintenance. Or all, I should say, all require maintenance. But people aren't going to go to your, you know, you were talking about these rides here and everything. They're not going to go to these rides if there aren't souvenir shops around, or ATM machines, or toilets. Just looking for little shops I can put in. So this one sells French fries. I can I have to build a stupid path for this one. But if it works, people will buy French fries from me there, so. Oh, it said French fries, but it's actually a hot dog shop. You can decide whether to put mustard and ketchup on it. You can make them vegan. So here's a gluten-free one. So I believe in truth in advertising, so I changed the name of the gluten-free one to taste-free. We're going to make the vegetarian one just a regular old kosher hot dog. So it's probably made of chicken. Could be turkey. Could be chicken and turkey. I need to make sure. Okay, it is open. Okay. I haven't seen any ATMs. ATMs are good to have because if they run out of money and then they start passing things that they would normally spend money on, they get frustrated, and so they'll eventually leave. And if there is an ATM, and it could be that we just haven't researched ATMs yet. But I didn't see it letting us research anything. We will look at that. That's a guest services shop. Remember, this is a scenario, so it's possible that in this scenario they decided not to allow research or something. Now this is that's for the mechanics. See, we have to build facilities not just for the guests, but for our staff as well. See, always having to move these silly trash bins out of the way. And, okay, that staff building is available. The more staff buildings you have, the better your staff does, as far as the happier they are, you know, because they'll take breaks in there and everything like that. So now that we're trying to get people all throughout the park, let's put in more facilities right here. Yeah, it's set up for work, for research, and it looks like I'm not allowed to do research, which is a little odd, but that's okay. They may have just kept it out of. They may just not be allowing research in this particular scenario, and if that's their choice, that's fine. So this one that I just built will sell you photos. that we're taking on a ride, so that's not helpful. I'm going to get rid of it. Because it was saying there were no rides close enough to it for it to sell stuff. This will sell little mementos to people, hopefully at a great profit to us. Key rings, blah, 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 blah. Pocket plushes, t-shirts. These t-shirts, for $15, that's pretty good. I hope they're cheap t-shirts. Hope they're not costing us much. I don't know why it says it's closed. I'm going to hire some extra staff to make sure that the areas we're working on aren't without who they need. Now, I don't want to lose a lot of money paying too much in salaries, but the more you add, obviously, the more staff you've got to have. So putting in a couple of mechanics, some vendors. Some ride attendants. Then these are your entertainers. Wherever they go, you know, people will follow them around to get pictures with them and all of that, so they're kind of important. And they'll spread out. They'll go to their jobs and all that. We probably need over here, we need some kind of food and drink facilities. We could get by with vending machines, but I think we make more money.
Tasty.
We make more money having regular shops. We're going to put extra cheese, ketchup, lettuce, and tomatoes on our plain burger. I don't think somebody would buy something called plain burger. I mean, I don't know that they would buy something called basic burger either, but I'm just showing that we can. Now because we want a kosher facility, we're getting rid of the cheeseburgers because Orthodox Jews are taught not to mix meat and dairy. So now we got a basic burger, a kosher burger, oh, and a gluten-free burger, of course, which we'll call a taste-free burger. Now, we could potentially put cheese on that, but it would give the wrong impression. Because if people thought that burger, if people seeing what we have thought that burger was made with meat, they'd see the cheese on it, so that wouldn't be good. Okay, now we need like at least one drink shop. We need a lot more than that, by the way, just so you understand, but I'm trying to get the basics in place first. We need just a regular... Oh, this one's food and drink? Well, we should have started with that then. We're putting this in mainly as a drink shop because that's what we need in this neighborhood. And as you see, it spun around when I was trying to get the job done, and it did it again. So we spin it back. And let's look at our drinks. Okay, chocolate milkshake. We'll add whipped cream to it. Strawberry milkshake. Whipped cream. Vanilla milkshake. Whipped cream. Banana milkshake. So all it sells is shakes, but that's okay. I mean, there are things that sell coffee and things that sell sodas, but like I said, we're just starting to put things in place. Let's I unpaused it to see if people will actually go to our new stuff. If they don't, we're gonna lose a ton of money. If people don't want to go to the new rides we created, and especially all those new facilities. There's no path to Pong Arcade. Yeah, well, I said these things are... Remember I said I didn't want them on the actual... Okay, well, I'm just going to get rid of it because they're complaining about it. And we'll put in some other infrastructure here. Remember, so far nobody's even been here, so I don't know how important this is, but... We'll go food and drink again if it'll fit. I don't think it's going to fit here. Now we'll have to wait to see if people show up for this. Now this, it looks like this is blocking the path. Let's see if I could just move it. Now it's not blocking the path anymore. Oh. I do like that undo feature. Because, yeah, I was trying to get rid of the Planet Coaster bin, not the ride behind it. Because I think this path might still be broken. And this is a really important path. There we go. We'll see if people start using it. Again, we're gonna go bankrupt if we have all these facilities that nobody gets to or wants to get to. We'll put a burger shop in right here. This is a lot of money for these facilities, so we need people to come over here and start spending. Okay, this... We're going to put ice in the cola. I can't believe that's considered an extra. Okay, now we gotta move these trash cans. Always with the trash cans. And it might be a long time before we find out whether people will come this far into the park. But we need these things in place to entice them to come this far into the park. Oy vey. All those barrels just in midair. Hopefully these people subscribe to the "if you build it, they will come" motto, because otherwise we're going to be out of business, because we are hyper building it. But all of these things, so like if you have a, let's say you have a drink shop, you have to put somebody in the drink shop to work it. You know, an employee. So if nobody buys drinks, you're still paying for it, for the drink shop. Okay, this is saying it doesn't have sufficient electricity anymore. It's probably because we built all those other things. So let's go to facilities, utilities, power. We'll build a power distributor. Now, we're building all these up, but we also have to, I was going to say, connect to the grid. Now this here ride, I don't see where I'm supposed to hook up the electricity to it. Yeah, it still says it doesn't have any power. By the way, so does this. That's weird. Okay, now I just added solar to our power grid as well. Now, hopefully, okay, now they're saying they have power. Fine. The only people I see in the new places so far. Okay, let's look here. Yeah, our employees. That's not good. So we've got huge areas of the park where no customer has ever been. I think these are people. Yeah, these are people. So they're starting to spread out. It's starting to work. We got 3,022 people at our park, people. Yeah, see, this is a new section and all these people are showing up. We should put another ride here. But it needs to be a small ride. We could put a bump at Derby. I don't know if it'll fit. Doesn't look like it'll fit there. Yeah, I know the spot is obstructed. Give me a break. I'm trying to work around it. Okay, so we could put a bump and Derby right here. It'll probably... Okay, so let's connect it. Okay, let's test the bumper derby. I got friends with no faces. Now that we got people in this area, this ride should do well. And it should bring more people into the area. The more we spread people out in the park, the better. Yeah, again, I'm not bragging that I've done a great job creating or managing this park, but I am showing how the scenarios work, how the different parts work. In other words, you don't just plop down a ride and then go. You have to test it. You have to give it an entrance and an exit. You should put things around it, like trees and rocks and things like that, to give it a scenery value too. People are more desirous of riding rides that have a good package, scenery and everything. And then you have to have a structure around it. Move places. potty places, drink places, places to buy umbrellas, maps of the park, all of that. And as you saw, we're working with limited space, limited resources. Okay, now see, there are a lot of people down here near the entrance to the new Bump and Derby. Let's see. Okay, we're getting our first customers on the Bump and Derby now. See that? And we just built the Bump and Derby. So that's good. This is a section of our park we've never had people in before. And look at this. We've got hundreds and hundreds of people. And that woman in the green jacket over there to the right is going to use the new bathrooms we built. We don't have as many people on this new Bump and Derby ride as I'd like, but generally what happens is a few brave souls try something out, and then when they come out, if they're jumping, if they like it, they tell other people, and then that's how you get popular rides. Now we've got a power generator that's in critical condition. Which one is it? Well, let's just refurbish it. Now where's the Bump and Derby? Okay, the Bump and Derby I think is right here. Because I want to see how well it does. So people are on the first Bump and Derby ride. More and more people are coming into this area. We needed a total of 10 rides. We have 23, so we're doing well there. But we're not getting a lot more people in the queue for Bump and Derby yet. That might change. If people come out and they like the ride, they'll tell others, and then we might get a full queue. I like a full queue because those are paying customers. But you also don't want people waiting in line too long because that diminishes their enjoyment of the park. But I am pleased of the number of people that are in this part of the park that nobody's been in before. Still waiting for those reviews on the Bump and Derby. That's weird. Now it says we only have 22 rides. A minute ago they said we had 23. I don't know if that means one's broken down or... Okay, now the people are coming out of... See, over here to the left, people are coming out of the Bump and Derby. Now, if they liked it, they'll tell people. I don't see any of them get back in line for the Bump and Derby. But there's a lot to do in this park, so that's not as big of an indicator. We need another ride because we got so many people now in this area. this ride I can't put there because it's got 3 entrances. No, 1 entrance and 2 exits. I don't know what it's got. Let's just go to something else. Now here's a wave simulator. We're going to connect the entrance to a path. And we're going to do the same with the exit. Yeah, I figured it would say the ride isn't accessible. Ugh. It doesn't like this kind of queue. So let's see if we can fix that. It's probably still going to say it's not accessible. Let's check. Okay, it is accessible now. Good. Let's test it. Oh, we already got the test numbers in. So let's open it. But then it immediately says it's not accessible again. I'm going to fix the exit of this stupid ride. Okay, here's our first. Looks like a young kid, like 5 to 9 years old. But they're willing to try our wave sim. And they're surfing now. There's our first customer on this. Does look like they're having a good time. Who'd have thunk it? Somebody having a good time on our ride. Okay, they're exiting. I'm just making sure all the paths work and everything. There's other people in line for Waze Sim now. Now, if we put a facility here at the end, yeah, I don't understand these arcade machines, so we're gonna stop that. Let's put a Gelato Brothers I want to put it somewhere where you can only go to it if you just rode the that wave thing. Although I suppose you could go in the back way, but we've actually got a traffic jam of people in these new areas. That's very encouraging. Wow, we got tons of people in these previously unused areas of the park. It's gone better than I had even hoped. Got to remove those barrels because they're in the way of getting on this ride. There's even people coming over here to visit these shops, the ones that are the most remote. Yeah, that's too big. We can't put that there. Well, no power isn't our biggest problem right now. We need to connect up the exit. Okay, now we could deal with the no power. Let's put a power facility. A distributor right here. Bring it online. Says the spot is obstructed. And now we got a new pineapple ride. And that's important because it's in an area of the park that didn't have that many people before. Yeah, I don't know what to tell you about that pool. It's not working. We got people, see, look at this. We got people in line for our surfing ride. So that's good. You get a certain amount of enjoyment when you build a ride and you don't know whether people are going to show up for it or not. And then they do. Now I'm also going to put some benches for people to use. They like that. Because they will leave for a variety of reasons. And one is they're just too tired. Now, funnily enough, when Roller Coaster Tycoon 3 came out, nobody was sitting on the benches in my park. I wrote to the developers, which many of the people who made this game made that game. And they said I was wrong. And so I demonstrated it and actually helped them figure out what the issue was. We're getting near the end of this video, and I don't know how many people stayed along for the ride, no pun intended. But if you're listening, I thank you. Oh, this one is it's messing with the reason I have to fix it is it's messing with this this path, and we need our paths clean and unrestricted. Now this, oh, it is connected still. Well, good. And you see people are sitting on the benches I've placed down, which means they'll be likely to stay longer in the park. Oh, there's a lot of litter there, so we could probably afford more staff now, so let's get some janitors out there. I don't know if we'll ever get our average maintenance above 90 in this scenario. I'm probably going to keep working at this. I am your poorly aged sarcastic PC Witty gamer. And remember, this game just got an update, update 10, and a new DLC, which is why it's being played right now. And, you know, it's fun. I'm a few hours into, probably 4 hours or so into this new update. Hopefully you're enjoying it. Always would like to encourage you to like the video, subscribe if you haven't already. It really helps me out, and it helps YouTube know that you appreciate what it is I do. And of course, what it is I do is I provide videos of PC games the way they're really played, as opposed to just, you know, highlight videos. They show you all the action and everything, and there's nothing wrong with those, of course. I'm just saying, I choose to do something different than that. Most gameplay videos you see on YouTube nowadays are heavily edited to make a point about how good the game is, how bad it is, how exciting it is, or whatever. Or, you know, they'll edit out everything that isn't the big fight or something, which is fine, and I watch some of those as well. What I do, which is different from that, is I show unedited video. Now sometimes I have to edit, don't get me wrong, but I don't edit